This conference will now be recorded.
Welcome to day 3 of SCADA ICS Hacking and Security from Hackers Rise. I'm OTW. And when we left off yesterday, we were looking at reconnaissance, right, on some of the SCADA ICS systems. Unfortunately, GoToMeeting crashed in the middle of that, which may not be a coincidence. So let's go back there and try doing some more recon. I'll show you some more techniques for doing recon, and look at different types of techniques of finding SCADA ICS systems. All right, so let's take this out of the way. Yeah, let's put this over here. And we left off, we were looking exclusively at port 502 systems, all right? And one of the things that I mentioned yesterday is that not all these port 502 systems are going to be SCADA systems. You can see these are, well, a lot of these are cloud systems. These are all Google Cloud. But if you want to find out whether or not they are actually Modbus or SCADA systems, you can go to Kali Linux. There's Kali, all right. And there's a tool in Kali that allows us to determine that. Let's go log into Kali. So if you're not sure, oh, by the way, also, I want to make sure everybody received the SCADA tools. All right, I think I responded to everybody, all right, who emailed me to send you the SCADA tools. We'll be working on that in a little while here. We'll try to get that in today's class. So let's go ahead and I think, what is this? This is 2022-2, so it's pretty current. I'm not big on keeping my Kali current. I mostly do it for your purposes. On my own purposes, I tend to use some of the older versions. I'm also using VMware Workstation, just simply because it seems to work better and give me less problems. All right, so let me expand this a little bit so you can see it better. Although VirtualBox is fine, it works pretty good, but you know, when I'm in the middle of class and VirtualBox is giving me issues, or if I'm in the middle of a pen test and it's giving me issues, it's not worth it's worth spending a little bit extra money. Okay. Renegade says, yeah, VMware is more stable for me. Yeah, I agree. It's more stable. It crashes fewer times. Networking tends to be more stable. So I tend to use, in my work, okay, VMware. I think they've got an educational version now down to like $150, I think is what it is. And they don't ask for any proof that you're a student. So you might look into that. Let's go to MSF console. Okay, this is Metasploit. And Metasploit has a number of tools that we can use for recon and enumeration. But right now what we want is we want to be able, if we found these 502 systems, let's figure out whether or not they're actually SCADA systems. And that's what we'll be doing here. If we go ahead and this is you see Exploit 6, we just do a search, okay, and go Modbus. Oops, spell Modbus right. You can see that we have a known and indexing it, putting it in a database and then indexing it, okay? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna try using this one right here on some of these systems that that have 502, but we're not sure whether or not they are actually Modbus. So people sometimes put other things, okay, on 502. So this is not a class on how to use Metasploit. I hope you know a little bit about it. Basically, when you find a module that you want, you simply load it by saying use. Then you do a show options. It'll show you everything you need to set. And in this particular this is a simple scanner that goes into port 502 to determine whether or not it's actually Modbus, okay? White Rabbit says you cannot hear. Everybody else seems like they can hear, okay? Make sure that the audio is turned on, White Rabbit. So all we need to do is set remote host right here. You can see it right here, remote host. And we have, let's go back to our screen with here, and we have this one right here. It's in the US, all right? And basically, this is not illegal. We're just scanning it. No illegal entry or unauthorized access. Okay, let's go ahead and just copy that IP address to figure out whether it actually is a Modbus system. All right, so we'll set our hosts and then paste that IP address in here. All right, and then hit enter. And then we can either use or exploit, either one. They're basically the same. Oops, not use, but exploit. Run or exploit is what I meant to say. Run or exploit. I need some more coffee this morning. So we're going to go and try to probe into this IP address to see whether or not it's actually a Modbus system. And it doesn't come back with anything, which means it's probably not a Modbus system. All right, so let's go and let's look at some of the others. So this is a good example of where, other things are on Modbus on port 502. So just because it's 502 doesn't mean. Now here's one that is tagged as a honeypot in Japan, okay? And it labels it as an old cymatic S7200, which generally does not run on port 502. So I would say that's a honeypot too. Let's skip that one. Let's see if we can find it. Let's try this one right here. This one's at Rochester Institute of Technology. It says it's at ICS. Rochester Institute of Technology is one of the finer engineering schools in the United States. Okay, and let's copy it. And let's go back to our, not there, but here, okay? And let's put in that IP address and see what it says. And then exploit, although it's not really exploiting it, but that's the keyword to run it. And you can see right here, it came back and said Modbus, receive Modbus TCP header. So that one truly is a Modbus system. Okay, let's see, I got some questions coming in here. We lost some audio apparently. Chris says, do you think people make it look like a honeypot on purpose so people ignore it? Well, the whole idea of a honeypot is to get people to hit it, okay, to try to exploit it. So, but there are telltale signs of a honeypot. Okay, usually if it's too easy to exploit, then it's probably a honeypot. Okay, so in this case, no, I don't think that's the case, Chris. All right, that they made it easy to have people avoid it. You set up a honeypot to get people to attack it. Okay, but so if we have those that are 502, for me, the telltale sign, just a heads up here, the telltale sign on that honeypot for me, all right, is that it was a Siemens, okay, right here. It's a Siemens. First of all, that's a very old, but that doesn't mean it's not real. Okay, but this is an older Siemens PLC, and it's running on port 502. Now, this is possible. Okay, it's possible, but improbable. Okay, and I think that may be one of the things, that Shodan has its own algorithm to determine what's a honeypot and what's not, right? And for me, that would be one of the things that I would immediately look at and go, that's probably a honeypot. Let's see if we can find any more honeypots in here. Let's see. These are all cloud, cloud, cloud. There's actually usually a lot of honeypots in this area. By the way, we will be doing a honeypot, okay? Here we go again, okay? There it is, okay? This one's in Cork, Ireland. They're probably using the same honeypot, So it shows a Cymatic S7-200, okay? Here's the Rochester Institute one we just tested. All right, let's try this honeypot out just for kicks. Let's see. Set our hosts. Very often, honeypots, they're designed to attract the hacker. Okay, sometimes to trap you or to trap your malware, okay, but mostly to delay you and to study what you're doing. So if you hit the honeypot first, and you show your hand like in poker, you show your hand what you're trying to do, then the actual system can respond appropriately to try to block you, right? So here's one of the honeypots. And it really appears to be running Modbus, okay? So when we have that long list of port 502s, and we know that a good number of them are not running Modbus or ICS systems, this is a way to test, all right? Let's go back, okay. Let's try a few more. Here's one that, it says it's cloud, it's using port 502. Let's just take a look at one of these, okay? Look at all the ports that are open on that thing. No wonder port 502 is open, because every port's open on it. There's port 80. Let's see if we can see what is actually running on here. Okay. See if we can go to port 80 and go to the web server and take a look. No, it's not going to let me connect. This one's in Kansas City in the US. Let's keep looking. Let's go to our favorite country, and let's go to Russia and try some of theirs out and see what this will work against them. All right, here's the Russians, 2,327. Usually on Shodan, if you see these slave IDs, okay, this is an indication that it's real. Okay, it's real Modbus. Okay, here's one that doesn't have it, so let's test to see whether or not it is Modbus. Like I said, the Russians already don't like me, and so I'm not really too worried about going after their systems. They're coming after me anyway, so it doesn't really matter. All right, so this one is not, okay? It came back with nothing. Yeah, they're too busy, right? Exactly. I mean, I think that's actually true voltage. there's so many attacks coming at them that they just can't keep up with the attacks too. Although I still get probably once a day a social engineering attack from Russia. Okay, so let's keep looking. Now here's one, we see the unit IDs. Let's see if we can find any that are honeypots in Russia. Let's try this one out. This one's in Putin's hometown, St. Petersburg. I like to pick on St. Petersburg because it's Putin's hometown. Putin was at one time the mayor of St. Petersburg. He was also a former spy based in East Germany. Some of you may be too young to know that there was once a East Germany, and Putin, East Germany was a client state of Russia, the Soviet Union, and Putin was there spying for the Russians. And let's go exploit. That one is, okay. Let's go check. Was that one listed? Let's see. Yeah, that one had the slave IDs. Okay, so if it has the slave IDs, it usually is going to be a true Modbus ICS system. You may have heard that last night that here's one that's a little bit different. Okay, you see it's HTTP. It looks like there's an HTTP server on port 502, which is very unusual. Let's take a look at it. That Putin last night threatened to use everything at his disposal, including nuclear weapons, to take Ukraine. So let's hope that cooler minds, prevail there. And then go, one of the things that he has to think about is that if he hits Ukraine with a nuclear weapon, then of course they're never going to join Russia. And two, that the fallout from it will fall on Russia. So that's a concern. Okay, that one's Modbus. Okay. Oh no, wait, let's see. Incorrect data, HTTP, not Modbus TCP. This one is questionable. Okay. It came back and said received incorrect. So it's possible, okay, to actually put a different header in there to hide that it's actually Modbus. Okay. Okay, Voltage put in a link in there you might be interested in. IB times, Team One Fist knocks off phone service, causes power outage ahead of the Russian Putin's speech. So check that out. Okay. Hopefully you tweet that out, Voltage, and I'll retweet it. Just now. Okay. I'll make sure when we have a break to retweet it to support your efforts there. So let's go ahead. There's other ways that we can check this out. There's other tools. Let's go search. We'll use the same IP address. Since this one is, here's one that's ambiguous, okay? So let's see if there's other ways that we can figure out if it's actually an ICS system. All right, so we'll go back and go Modbus, okay? And you can see that, first of all, there's this banner grabbing, okay? And there's also find the unit ID, okay? Here's find the unit ID. What this will do is it'll go inside the system and probe for the unit IDs. Right, let's see if we can do that in Russia. So and then let's go show options. So this is going to actually send a probe inside the system. All right, it's going to probe through port 502 and try to probe the PLCs within the system to see whether they're active or not. If they respond, then they are alive. If they don't respond, then they're not alive. And of course, if it's not really a Modbus system, we'll get nothing. Chris says, how noisy are these? They're noisy, Chris, but the question is anybody paying attention? Okay, so they're noisy, and it's just that unfortunately there's usually nobody paying attention. There's nobody who's monitoring that port 502 for for malicious activity. And Voltage says no, that's true as well. Yeah, there's just nobody there paying attention. Okay, so it's noisy. If somebody were actually paying attention, okay, then they would detect this, but they're not. Now, I will say that sometimes I go in and I start probing these systems, and I'll get inside, and then within minutes they'll block me. Right? Now, those are the people who are paying attention, right? But generally, it's well over 90% that don't pay any attention to what's going on. Okay, but you'll see maybe it'll happen to us here. You'll see that I'll start probing, and then I'll try to go back again later, and they'll block my IP address. That's somebody who's got some security going, but most of them don't. Okay, so here's our, we're going to go against that same, I think it's St. Petersburg system. Basically, we could change these other parameters, but we don't need to. Let's just set the R hosts, okay? And this will actually send probes into the system. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted the IP in there. It's not allowing me to delete it. So there's backspace on it. And let's go and get the IP address again. Here it is. And it's not just the Russians that aren't paying attention. It's, you could do these kind of probes in systems around the world, and generally nobody's paying attention. Nobody's monitoring it. Okay. So let's see. We got that everything set. I think we just go run or exploit, and let's see if we can get inside. All right. So we're sending probes into each one of the PLCs. You can see it's coming back, probably not in use. Okay. So we're trying to find out what PLCs are actually running. Remember that in Modbus, they use the unit ID or station ID to identify each one of the PLCs. So if we were attacking the PLC, we need to know what station ID. If we're attacking an individual PLC, not the entire system. And sometimes just taking an individual PLC offline can disrupt the entire system. We're up to 35, 36. It looks like, let's take a look at that system again, see what it looks like on that system. Okay, this one here, this is the one that had the HTTP header on port 502. And so this might be, it's probably not an ICS system. Notice that this one says ICS, this one says an Angular system. So this is probably not. Okay, they're using port 502 for something else. Let's use this IP address and try. Well, I'm going to stop this, Control C, okay, and then go set our hosts, and we'll use the other IP address and see if we can find active PLCs. So these all said probably not in use, which is telling us that it's probably not. It's using port 502. Remember, we didn't get a Modbus header. Instead we got a HTTP header. So that's probably not an ICS system. So we don't, we're going to take that off the table as an attack target. Let's try this one. This is coming back probably not in use as well. The other possibility here is that they've actually put some security into these systems. I'm gonna stop it here. Let's go back here and let's go to headquarters. Okay, let's go to Moscow and give it a shot. Okay, here's one here. This is a mobile system here. Let's try that one. Let's go through the process though, but let's first of all make sure that it is Modbus before we go and try anything else on it. There we go, Modbus detect, and then set our hosts. It's kind of funny because just a short while ago, I was going through these systems in Moscow, and I was getting into lots of them. And Renegade says the error up key, the most important key in Linux. Yeah, it saves me a lot of typing. So exploit. Okay, so this one is all right. You can see that right there. Comes back and says, yeah, it's a mod. Comes back with a Modbus header. Okay, so that's good. Now let's see if we can get the unit IDs out of it. Up arrow. Okay. There's find unit IDs. Okay. Set our hosts. And to, this is in Moscow now. And let's do exploit. I just want to leave you with a note here, and that is that this is real world, folks. Okay, this is warfare. Okay, so be careful out there. Right? This isn't you know, try hack me, you know, what have you. This is real world. So be aware of that there are risks involved and there are lives on the line. So, you know, I get a lot of emails from people and say, hey, you know, I want to go ahead and help you out, you know, can you give me an assignment? And like, you're brand new, you know, you're just new here. And, you know, this is not a game. This is real world. People die, okay? Bolter says, you will kill someone when you hit the right PLC. I have, think about that, yeah. So this is not a game. All right, here we're getting the station IDs. All right, this isn't like some game on, you know, of virtual machines. This is the real world where people die. And you have to be prepared that if you're going to go to war, that people shoot back, right? Those try hack me machines don't shoot back, right? These do. So we've got 29 so far. In Modbus, there's up to 255 unit IDs. So far, all of these seem to be active. Chris says, I'm more of a try hack the box type. Okay. Okay, so it's not a hack the box. Okay, these boxes shoot back. Whether it be try hack me or hack the box, these boxes shoot back. This is warfare. So it's kind of a long, tedious process. It's going out and sending out a probe to each unit ID. It's kind of like, you know, a lot of like lot of tools that determine, say, whether or not a directory exists in a website. They simply go out and they probe it, and they see whether or not what the response is, and based upon the response, determine whether or not, in this case, the station ID is actually up or not. No, they're the same thing, Chris. Station ID and unit ID are the same thing. So there's somebody in Moscow right now who, if they're paying attention, is like, hey, there's some unusual activity coming in through port 502. What should we do? Or not. they may be totally oblivious to this, right? Or he's a homer. What does that mean? Renegade. Oh, yes. Oh, Simpsons. Okay. Right. Well, totally oblivious is what you're saying. Yeah. But, once again, I've been doing this for a long time, and I've been probing systems around the world for years. And, I would say less than 10% of them actually will detect my activity. All right, this is like watching grass grow. Okay, so let's go ahead and Control C out of that. Okay. Okay, Renegade says I got into one where I could download the logs. They're empty, and that kind of confirms what both Voltage and I have been saying, is that there's very little in terms of security taking place, and they're not tracking logs. Okay? They're not logging anything. But I have seen some that do. Okay, and we'll try this one maybe again tomorrow or later today and see whether or not they block me, and that will be an indication that somebody was looking at the logs. Yeah, but generally there's nobody looking at the logs. All right, so we'll come back to this one. Let's go back to our Shodan. All right, I'll try to stay in Russia just because I don't need anybody else chasing after me. I know the Russians are already there, so there'll just be one more reason to come after me. Here's another one that's has the HTTP on port 502. Another one, HTTP on 502. Let's try some of the other systems. All right, let's stay in Moscow, right, and see what else is running in Moscow. The electrical grid, okay, runs generally on DNP3. It uses port 20,000. All right, and let's go and see if there's any of those in Moscow. We have found 4,000 of them. Now, once again, this doesn't mean necessarily that they are DNP3. It just means that they have port 20,000 open. All right. But let's see, we can kind of look at some of the companies that are involved. Here's one with VNC. Some telecom companies. DNP can be used by other than just electrical transmission, but it's generally used for electrical transmission companies. Here's looks like a hosting company, Moscow State University of Civil Engineering. Geraz says, is it possible to test these systems via proxy chain or some VPN? Yeah, of course it is. Yeah. Yep, it'll just be a little slower. Of course you can. If I were to do that in class, though, it would cause all kinds of problems with our connection. And let's see, OptFX says, haha, which countries are most secure? Essentially none, laziness abounds. Yeah, I mean, you can kind of be critical, but you and I both know that it's not necessarily laziness, it's inexperience, it's being overwhelmed, having so many things to do and not having maybe proper training, right? So you have these systems that have national security implications, and these people are going in there and running them. The homers of the world, as Renegade said, are running these systems, and they're not properly trained. They don't know what to do, and so it's not necessarily laziness. It's just they they're really not prepared to protect these systems, and that's been my theme for a while now, is that these systems are not being prepared. It's not necessarily laziness. It's just that there hasn't been the attacks. Okay, so people don't do anything unless they're forced to do things, right? And so if the system has been running this way for 20 years or 30 years and nothing's happened, what are you talking about? Why do we need to change anything? Right? That's the response that you'll get, right? And this leads us all to the situation that we're in now, where these systems are all very, very vulnerable to attack. Let's see if we can find anything in the electrical grid here. Here's Huawei's Russian clouds. Okay. This one's got a cloud web application firewall in front of it. This is on port. This is probably not. Okay. If it's got a cloud web application firewall there, it's probably not. Okay. Chris Robbins says, if you type proxy changes in Messcon, does everything you do inside Messway go to the proxy, or do you have to manually set it inside the modules? Okay. Yes, it'll go through. If I remember correctly, there's also a module in Metasploit that'll set a proxy chains for you. Okay. So these are all cloud web application firewalls here. Yeah. This is the Chinese company. It's got these systems running in Russia. I mean, they might very well be, well, they probably are DNP3, but they're not electrical grid. Let's see. Let's try some of these other here. PSK set. No data returned on these. Let's just click on them and see what's going on. Lots of ports open. Damn. This says it's in the Netherlands. This here, it says it's in the Russian Federation. Interesting. Let's click on this one. This one also in the Netherlands. So there's some confusion here. Okay. These are both. Somebody go ahead and check these IP addresses and see what country is listed. Apparently, Shodan says they have an infrastructure server in Germany and Netherlands. Okay, that explains it then. This one looks like beneficial camera. Okay. Yeah, the voltage is putting in a note there. Depends on who you're trying to hide from, right? So if you're trying to hide from the NSA, good luck. Because the NSA has access to everything, right? They have access to all the pipes. If you have access to all the pipes, okay, then you can see everything, right? There's no hiding from the NSA. It's almost impossible to hide from them. But it is possible to hide from, say, some of the other security services, okay, depending upon what country you're in. And it's certainly possible to hide from some of law enforcement, okay? But, well, FBI sometimes works with the NSA. And so if they get access to NSA's materials, like I don't know if he's here today. Is John Paul here in class? Is he, anybody, John Paul here? John Paul works for, I won't give his last name, but he works for Homeland Security, okay, in the US. He's a student here, okay? And, you know, he and I work together on projects, and he, what's the oops for? And so I often will say to him, well, like, you know, why don't you go to the NSA to get this information? He goes, the NSA will not give us this information. So there's information that he's coming to me for. And I said, you know, if you go to the NSA, you know, they've got this information. And he's like, they won't give me access to it. Okay, OptFX is, however, they have their priorities. Simple, innocuous scans are likely to be overlooked. Yeah, that's what we're doing here. Exactly. That's a good point, OptFX, is that. But even then, you'll see sometimes that these kinds of scans, because generally a scan is an indication of, you know, that you're getting ready to attack. So if somebody's watching the logs, what they'll do is they'll see the scan coming from this IP address and they'll block the IP address. That's what I see in about 10% of the cases. Okay, something like that. Let's try some of the other protocols. Profinet, for instance. Profinet would be the Siemens. Okay, and let's try some of theirs. 34962. Nothing. They've got several IP addresses in this whole range here. Let's try each of those. No. 63. I think yesterday we searched for Siemens in Russia and didn't find any, which means that they're probably not using Siemens. Let's go back here to Shodan, all right, and explore. And you can see industrial control systems here. And here's Siemens here, all right. And so here they're just looking for port 102, which is also what the Siemens systems use. And let's see if we can find, here's some in Russia. Okay, let's go look at those. Here's a system in St. Petersburg. It also lists us the operating systems. Got a bunch of cameras, huh? Interesting. They got Hikvision cameras on these systems, and 78 of them. This is unusual. My guess is that these may not be Siemens. They got cameras on. You can see them right here, which gives us a chance to promote our camera hacking class coming up in December. Okay, so we'll be hacking a variety of cameras. Hacking cameras is going to, like so many things, it's going to depend upon the camera. Okay, the manufacturer of the camera. So many of these Hikvision cameras have vulnerabilities that make it pretty easy to hack them. All right, and so that's one of the easier cameras to hack. So let's see, the question is, can the NSA bother you? Of course they can bother me. Yeah, they let me know every once in a while they're watching. Okay, so every once in a while they come in and they go like, we know what you're doing, you know, we're watching you. And so it's just their way of one of the things that if you work in this world, okay, and Voltage is working out there, okay, and so he kind of knows this as well, okay, but the intelligence services, they consider the internet to be their playground, okay, so whether it be NSA or FSB, GRU, okay, any of the intelligence services, they think they own the internet, right? And so if you're out there playing on their playground, they notice, all right, and they will let you know, if you step on their toes. And one of the ways they'll let you know is they'll go ahead and they'll figure out what your identity is, and they'll let you know, say, we know who you are, and they'll tell you who you are. And that's the way they say, if you step on our toes, we will come knocking on your door, okay? And I'm waiting for some door knocking. OptFX says, I'm not. I don't want them knocking on my door. But in any case, it may happen. We'll see. That's the way they say hello. That's the way they knock on your door and slap you in handcuffs and take you away to a dark place. Okay. I can vouch for that. So we did Modbus, here's Siemens, DNP3. Okay, there's our port 20,000. Source address is the key word, and then let's go see if we have any in Russia. Well, we can just put in the keyword country, RU. Okay, there's one system. This is DNP3, which is electrical grid usually, okay? And so we see here they got port 80 open, 161 is SNMP, all right? They got 443 and 20,000. Looks like there's SD, all right? Nginx is their web server. And here's the DNP3. Let's see if we can connect to their web server and see who they are. This is in Friazino, I guess. Looks like, I don't know what that, it's a mail server possibly. Maybe an ISP. Let's see. Let's try it out. Let's see. Both port 80 and we'll look to find some systems that have, there we go. Let's see who they are. In English. Interesting. I don't know. Anybody know who this is? Okay. So, OptFX says, I'm fairly certain I'm under surveillance, but it remains to be seen if NSA and the other, if you're not caught, okay, they're probably not going to bother with you. Okay. And whoa, Cal's off home confinement today. Congratulations. Cal has had his issues, and I'm glad to hear. So let's see, administrator says Antrax RU. That's what it says right here. What kind of company are they? Do you know? Let's see if we can just log in with some generic. Nope. Okay, let's try administrator. Or somebody do a quick Google search and see if you can find the default password for these folks. Electric infrastructure. All right, we've got an electrical company. Great, thank you, administrator. All right, so we are actually in somebody who's doing the electrical grid, electrical infrastructure. No, not gonna let me in. I mean, we could go ahead and, interesting, what we wanna try here is to see whether or not there's a lockout, all right? Because there's no lockout. We can just set this thing up, okay, to just run through a bunch of passwords, all right? Let's try several. Okay, let's just keep going and see if it locks us out. And you'll find that generally there's no lockout, okay? Okay, default users admin, okay. So let's go try again. Yeah, so it's not locking me out. I could just keep on going, guessing, or set up something like THC Hydra. Okay, just keep on trying. Okay, that's a good, let's try blank. Oftentimes you'll find, especially on Siemens systems, oftentimes the default password is blank. Yeah, so it's blank password. Please fill out the password field. Okay. But how many have I tried now? I've tried like 10 and no lockout. Okay. So, and this is, it's not all systems, but you'll find many systems. I would say the majority of systems have no lockout on them, which means that you can just simply keep on trying. Usually people will leave the default username in place. There's almost always an admin account, right? And then all you got to do is keep on running through potential passwords. Okay. Renegade wants me to try QWERTY1234. Okay. Is there a reason why you want me to use that one? Okay. It's just your guess. All right. That one, we're not going to get into that one today. But if we had, time to run through, we can see there's no lockout on this system, right? And that's actually very typical. Yeah, QWERTY1234 is used a lot. Okay, let's go back and look at some of the other system types. Okay, we've done these three: Tritium, BACnet, Ethernet IP, Heart. Here's GE systems: Phoenix, Omron, Mitsubishi, Red Lion. This is electrical engineering here. This is similar to DNP3. Let's take a look at these. Here's a honeypot right here in Canada, in Montreal, Canada. All right. Looks like another honeypot. These are all honeypots. Ah, here's one in Russia with port 80 open on it. Okay, and 8088. That's probably HTTP there as well. You'll generally, if you see SNMP running on it, it's usually an ICS system. Okay, so the systems that don't have 161 running on it, usually, in most cases, ICS systems are using port 161 for SNMP. All right, so it looks like we got a couple of HTTP ports, 80 and 8088. Okay, let's try them out. In Russia, of course. Yeah, it's not responding. Let's give it a moment. As long as it's still spinning, it's trying. Yep, timed out. So let's try the other port. Was it 8088? Yeah, there it is right there. Let's try that one. Oftentimes you'll see an admin account on these high-end ports, you know, like 8080, in this case 8888. Yeah, but we're not getting much here. That timed out as well. All right. I mentioned earlier that I had gone in and taken over a system many years ago. I guess 2016. Okay. And let's see if that vulnerability still exists. All right, let's go and see if we can find any of those systems and see whether or not we can actually enter those systems. All right. Let's see. I have to remember how I did that. Cyber Mayhem says, did NSA catch the shadow brokers? No. Yeah, the shadow brokers were most likely Russian. I mean, they we know pretty much what happened, okay, and that they actually were able to. There was somebody at the NSA had brought home some of the material, and they hacked him and got the material. Let's see. Yeah, he brought home, you know, some material, and he got hacked, and as a result, the Russians got it, and then they released it. I'm finding, okay, I finally have that hack here. Oh yeah, now I remember it. Okay. Let's go to, let's try, here's the search to find these systems. Schneider Electric. And there's a couple of ways you can find it, either by automation, okay? So looking for Schneider Electric and the keyword automation. And these are actually building systems, building security systems. There's 25 of them. Okay, so there's not that many in the world, all right? Yeah, let's see if there's any of them in Russia. That's always safe. It's safe to go there. Well, it's safer for me because I know they're already after me. Okay, so let's see. You can see these are Schneider. It's the automation server. Okay, building automation server by Schneider Electric. Let's take a look at this one right here. This one's in France, Paris. Okay, which is the home of Schneider Electric, who makes this product. All right. All right, you see it right there. They got a port 80 open, and port 443, I'm sorry, open. Let's go take a look and see who they are. It's Orange Business Services. Orange is the big telecom company in France. No, it's not connecting. Well, I'll let's try some of these out. I'll see if I can. The first step is the SSH into them. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and put this off screen, and we'll give it a try. All right. None of these are in Russia, unfortunately, so we're going to have to piss somebody else off. Okay. I'm going to leave Metasploit. We'll need it later, so I'm going to go ahead. All right, let's do it. I got encouragement. Okay, I got encouragement from you guys to go ahead and put my head in the vice. All right. All right, let's try it. All right. You won't report me. Thank you, Rod Christopher. I appreciate that. Okay. Sudo. So we got, first of all, we got to go sudo SSH. Okay. Then the IP address. In this case, our IP address is 194.250. 194. It's not showing up on the screen. There it is. 194.250. This is in Paris. 208. And if anybody's going to be secure, you know, Schneider is in Paris, France. Okay, in front of the ring seats there. Thank you guys. -L admin. Okay. It's trying to SSH in as admin. This is not looking good. So this is the vulnerability that Schneider patched after. First of all, we need to check to see whether or not these systems have what ports they have open. So let's go ahead and put this. Let's find one that has SSH open. Let's try this one. Okay, no, that's why it's not connecting. Okay, let's try here. Nope. This is Struxware from Schneider Electric. It should be a, let's look at port, let's see, port 23, yeah. No, nothing. Let's see if we can go in port 22. Oh, they've closed all of these off. Okay. I mean, Shodan is not perfect. All right. So here's one in Brazil. Okay. And here's the SAS servers. Let's see if we can find some that we might be able to. Now there's port 502 and 7547. .502. Since we have these, let's go ahead and use our Metasploit to do some probing on some of these here. These are the building automation systems. These are the security systems that are built by Schneider. Serves the, among other things, they serve the home automation and building automation industry. That's part of what they do. That's one of the big markets. And this product is commonly used around the world. So let's see. Let's go back to our here. And let's go use some of these building automation systems and see what we can find about them. This one's in Brazil. $199. Okay, then let's try exploit. This one Looks like it's Claro NXT Telecomunicações or something like that in Portuguese. Okay. It's a telephone service, yeah. I think they're one of the big ones in Brazil, if I remember correctly. Guilherme's in Brazil. Yeah, so this one definitely looks like it's a Modbus system. We're getting good response from the PLCs. Right. Let's try some of the others. I'm not sure that these ended up showing up in our port 502 search, but these are specifically building automation systems we're looking for here. So let's try some of the others. This one's in France. Okay, next one. And what I'm doing here is not illegal in the United States. It's simply a scan. It may be illegal in your country, as I've been informed by others. And I will repeat that this is all for educational purposes and research purposes. We have no intent of actually doing anything malicious. Gotta always throw that in there. That's for law enforcement. Okay. Except for the Russians, yeah. The Russians are fair game. I mean, when you go around invading other countries and killing people, then you're fair game. Yeah, and that's one of the things that makes it a little easier. I mean, James said, I think you say it's it's probably the first time in my life I've actually worked on the same side as the NSA. and so I feel a little bit like, I feel a little bit emboldened by that. Yeah, Putin's a madman. Let's just try a few others here. Let's pick on Spain next. What we'll be doing later in class is that we'll be actually trying to read and write to these PLCs. So once we've identified, okay, the Modbus systems, then we can go ahead and try to read and write to them. Reading is common. You can usually read. We're talking about doing reconnaissance. Well, one of the things that you'd want to do as part of your reconnaissance is to see what values are inside of the various PLCs, and that's usually something you can do. Writing to them, you can sometimes do that too, which means that's really malicious. I mean, if you can write to a PLC, then you can change the way it operates. Okay, so. All right, let's try one more and then we'll take a little break. Okay, that's we've done Spain. Yeah, you can perform an attack by changing the values in the PLC, because you may not know what the actual impact's going to be, but once again, these are highly choreographed, tightly choreographed systems, and if one value changes, then the whole system can go awry. Let's go to Taiwan next. We should probably pick on, let's pick on Taiwan right now. This one says it's a telecom company as well, okay, in Taiwan. And go exploit. Okay, it's finding all the station IDs here. And this is actually the system that I successfully exploited back in 2016. It looks to me like they've closed off, one, they closed off the exploit, and two, they've closed off SSH capability. It used to be that people would be able to control these things through SSH, but I can't find any of them that have SSH still open. Let me look a couple more places. No. Ooh, I just found one. I'm sorry, there's an FTP server. I'm sorry. Thought I had one. The other possibility is that SSH is still open, but it's on a different port, which would be smart, right? You want to put your SSH onto a different port, so it requires that we have to do a little more work to find the SSH. Yep, port rotation. Yeah. I mean, if you leave your services on default ports, then it makes it really easy for me to find, or you to find, or anyone to find. Okay, but if you move it to a different port, then I have to actually work. I'm just kind of going while this is running. I'm going through various systems, trying to find one that. Yeah, this is interesting. I'm looking at one right now that has a SMTP server running on port 465. Okay, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. We'll come back and do some more reconnaissance. I'll show you some more tools that we can use for reconnaissance. This kind of gives you a taste of what you can do with Shodan. We'll look at some other tools that we can find. Systems. Of course, the first step to doing any kind of attack is to be able to find the systems, and that's what we're doing here right now. We're just trying to find the systems, and then attacking is the next stage. So we'll come back at 34 minutes after that. We'll take a 15-minute break. Come back then. See you then. We're going to resume class in about 2 minutes. Last chance to run to the bathroom. Okay, 1 minute, folks. We're going to get rolling here. All right, let's get going. I'm waiting for the lady to say we're recording again, but she's not, so we'll just get started. All right, so we left off, we were doing this reconnaissance, trying to find Modbus, other systems using Shodan, right? And while we were gone, a few questions popped up, all right? JB asked a question, so what does it mean to an attacker like me that something is a honeypot? What that means is that somebody has put out a system that they're trying to attract hackers to either divert their attention from the really valuable server or to study the attacker so that when they attack that honeypot, they can see what tools they're using, what malware they're using to help better protect the real systems. So it just basically is a way to divert their attention and study what they're doing. So that's what the honeypot is for. So yeah, if something looks like it's really easy to hack, it's probably a honeypot. All right, let's see what other questions we have. So on the question, James, is there a way I could practice using Shodan and Metasploit on something a little less large scale, not important to this country's national security? Well, I mean, Metasploit spans all 4.3 billion IP addresses, so you can certainly use it on other systems, okay, that aren't as important to national security. But I will tell you that in tomorrow's class, I'm going to give you a honeypot, okay, that I've built, that it's a Modbus honeypot. It's actually multiple protocol honeypot, and you can practice on that. Of course, Shodan, it's not going to show up in Shodan, but you can use our Metasploit, and we'll soon introduce you to some Nmap tools as well that you can use against this honeypot and test how well they work. But I mean, there's thousands and thousands of systems out there that aren't critical. Just know that when you're looking at Shodan, that you are basically secure. Okay, nobody's going to detect that you're using Shodan, right? But once you start actively probing the system, then that your IP address is going to come with that probe. If you're using a VPN or a proxy chains, then that's going to obscure it. Okay, but I hopefully that answers your question, James. Okay. Yeah, and then Archie says you can build your own. We're gonna have one. I'm gonna give you one tomorrow. Okay. So tomorrow I'll show you how to build one, and then I'll just give you one that we can kind of practice with. Let's see. People talking about using an EDU mail on Shodan, getting a lower price. Yeah. Okay, good. Now, so we could spend all day on Shodan, but there's lots of things that we can do to find the systems, and then the way to probe the systems to see if there actually are. Not every system that you find on Shodan is actually going to be every system that you find on Shodan using the search terms that we are using are actually going to be ICS systems. That's why we have the tools to be able to test to see actually if they are. We also can use Google Dorks, all right, to be able to find some of these ICS systems, and that's what we're going to be doing next. All right. Google Dorks, as you know, are ways of using the Google database to find very specific information. All right, and I've got a tutorial on Hackers Rise. I'll put it in the chat for you. Okay, it includes, I don't know, probably 50, 60, maybe 100 dorks that you can use to find specific systems. Right, so I've got a spreadsheet with a lot of different Google dorks and what systems that'll find for you. So let's go ahead and let's try some of those out. All right, let's see what we can find. Bring my, all right, and we've got our Google here. Google, we're waiting for you. Okay, let's try again. All right, there we go. Can you see that? Yeah, it looks like you can see it. So we just put in URL portal NWSL, and this just comes from experience of knowing what's in the URL of these systems, right? And so, like I said, there's probably close to 100 of them on Hackers Rise that you can go ahead and check out and try them out, and we'll try several of them in class here today. So this identifies itself as an S7 1200 station 2. Let's click on it and see what we can find. There we go. So what we've got is that we're connected now to a Siemens S7 1200 station 2. I think I don't know where it's at. You might check the IP address out and see where it's at if anybody's got. And we can go over here to the start page. All right. Oh, I think I do remember where this is at. This is at it's like a farm, maybe in Holland, I think. It's kind of like it's a big industrial farm. It gives us a lot of information right here. It tells us the CPU type, the module name, okay, the station name. we're not, we're not inside the system. We're external to the system right now. Just seeing what we can find out about it. Here's the hardware, the firmware, which can be important in determining can you hear me, guys and gals? We have females in today's class. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay, good. We actually have women in today's class. We can go to the just back. Okay, good. I'm just kind of all right. This with nothing on this page. Let's look at module information. And once again, we haven't logged into anything. We're just coming up to their web portal. That's all we're at. Okay. Let's go ahead and click on their S1200 station. There's the identification, the firmware here. So I mean, you could spend a lot of time trying to find out what this information is before you attack it. But they're giving it all to you for free. You don't have to work at all. All you got to do is log in. You don't have to log in. Just go to their portal, and we can find out, the names of all of the unit, the serial number. Okay. Let's see if we can find more additional information. Cyber Mayhem says, so you mean we're in? No, we're basically connecting to their portal. Okay, we're not actually inside. To get inside, we got to log in over here. Okay, so far we're safe. We haven't done anything that's unauthorized access. They're putting this out for all the public to see. They shouldn't, but they do. All right, here's PLC here. Here's the Profinet interface. We can see it right here. Let's see if we can get the details. In Poland, Chris, thank you. Is it? I think if I remember correctly, the company is like a industrial farming company. Let's see. Usually we can get a little bit more information. Just took on a Russia ISP and defamed it. Nice. Okay. Thank you, Voltage. ITV Media is what it is. Okay. Is it like a TV station? Is that what it is? Here's all the diagnostic buffers. All right. And if I look closely, I probably can see here are the diagnostic buffers. And oftentimes I can find my own IP address having logged in here, let's say. This is 9/21 today, right? Yeah, maybe not. Okay, they haven't logged. Doesn't look like they've logged my oftentimes I can find my login in their buffers. Let's try communication. All right. Okay, so here's the Profinet. Remember, Profinet is the protocol that almost all Siemens systems use. Okay, you can see here's the MAC address, right? Globally unique. The name of the MAC address. That tells us it's probably running a version of Linux. Here's the IP address. All right, the subnet mask, the default router. And once again, this is all without having logged into the system. There's connection resources. Here's the HMI communication. All right, so HMI is the critical part. That's the human machine interface, right? And we can see that it's reserved, looks like for 12 connections, and one of them's in use. That's pretty strange. You have 12 HMI connections that are reserved, right? So this, if I was going after the system, that's what I would go after, right? And if you can get into the HMI, you're game over, right? And that's the only connection. Looks like the web communication is also, there's 7 of them are in use, all right? And 0 of them are reserved. Interesting. Maximum connections here. How about connection status? Here's the remote addresses who have logged in, okay? Look at this here. I now know that this IP address is on a whitelist, okay, for the HMI, okay? We're getting more of them coming up now. So if this guy is connected to the HMI, right, this is a good IP address. We can see a number of others that are connected to the web, all right? And there's more coming in. It's updating. This would be useful for me as an attacker to be able to know what the IP address that they're allowing into the HMI. And once again, this is just using Google Dorks to find it, okay? Yeah, it's probably our crowd connecting, exactly. It's probably everybody in class trying to connect to this thing. Eventually, they're probably gonna notice, right? Look at all these people all over the world trying to connect to their PLC. Let's see if we can log in. All right, now the default on these systems, go to the page on Hackers Arise. Let me go get that. I think there's on this particular unit that the default is no password at all. Okay, so let me see if I can find. This is a S7 1200. So let's see if we can find that. So here's what I'm looking at. I'll show you. All right, we've got all the default passwords. We're looking for the S1200. There it is right there. Okay, so Siemens S7 1200 and the 1500. Okay. Chris says, can you access the HMI by changing the X-host header to a whitelisted IP? Probably. Yeah, probably. In some cases. And so you can see the admin's blank and it's on port 80. Okay. So let's try that. So we can just, let me make sure I've got it right. It's admin and blank. Okay, so admin and a blank password. That's the default. These guys have gotten their so little security, it might work. Oh. I think we just entered. Let's see. I'm not sure if we did or not. Let's try again. We might have entered. Okay. It looks like we did. Let's go up here and try the cymatic controller. Now this is taking us to Siemens page. So it's giving us information. So once again, if we're trying to hack this thing, this is where we want to go, is that we want to go and find as much information about this thing as possible. This is just taking us to Siemens web page, it looks like. Okay. How about let's download the certificate. There's a certificate. Okay. Service and support. I think that's just going to take us to Siemens there. What's this mall? Let's try that. That's probably buying more products. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Buying more products from Siemens. Enter. So this one was pretty easy, you know. I mean, this is what I'm talking about in terms of a lack of security. All right, this is a pretty good sized company, if I remember correctly. If you guys can let me know, let's go ahead and see if we got a web server running on this port and see if we can find out more about them on port 80. Let's see. No, that just takes us to their web portal. But if you've got, I think they're in. If I remember, I checked before that they are some kind of industrial farming operation. Let's try some others. So we got this one. This is good proof, right? That there are some issues here. There are security issues here. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, there you go. Torgny's got it. It's farmer custom fructo plant. So it's like, I don't know if they're making like fruit pastes and fruit jams or what have you, but I have checked before, and yet I've been into this system so many times and nobody notices. All right, I'm going to back up and we'll go and try some of the others. All right, here we're back to our this is not Modbus, this is Profinet, okay? You're giving me an IP address? What's that, voltage? What is that? Are you giving me, the IP address is for what voltage? What's that IP address? Yeah, we can alter the juice concentration. It's open Modbus in Russia, is that what you? Okay. So let's go ahead and try it out then. Okay. I'm gonna go, you say it's a Russian system with open Modbus, is that what you're saying? I'm gonna go ahead and try it out since we'll do it in class. All right. 89.223. 127.70. Oh, thank you guys. This is terrible. I mean, this is terrible security, right? So what we're seeing here is all the PLCs where we can write values and read values from PLC, right? Beautiful. You seldom are you going to find this, but this gives you once again the level of security that is out there. Right? This one is in Russia. Is that right? Or is it, where's it at? Yeah, exactly. It says US. It's in the US. Okay. It does say welcome and a double L, which is a misspelling. Maybe that's. It's in Russia, voltage says. Okay. So it's port 502, and here's all of the, and of course, you know, we can write values. I'll show you a tool later on where if we can get port 502 open, if port 502, we can actually write values to let's go write some values. Play with a common ORC misspelling and get values. and we'll submit this one, and we'll submit this one. Okay, we'll submit this one. Okay. Let's refresh this and see whether or not our values actually took place, actually were stored. It looks like they were. Okay. Keep an eye on the news tomorrow. So, how many classes have you ever been into where you're actually doing something for the benefit of the world? Here we are in a Russian system, and we're messing with them. You know, let's just put random values in here. Oh, can't be larger than 10,000. Okay, that's the largest value it'll accept. No more than, I think it says no more than 10,000. Let's go. Oh, okay, this has got to be zeros. Okay, so 1, 1, 1, 1 will work. Cal says, I'm enjoying this more than I enjoy coffee. Okay, we'll just start putting some random values in here. Now, we don't really know what these things are going to do. Okay, we're writing values to the PLC. So the PLCs, one of the next things we're going to do is we're going to do a simulation of a Modbus PLC, and we'll see what you'll better understand, I hope, after that simulation. That's the tools that I sent you last night. What we're actually doing here, we're just kind of sending random values into the registers. Okay, and these registers are storing values of the process. Okay, I mean, you write a project. Okay, and the project, is basically it's a ladder logic program, and it's opening and closing a coil. Okay, is a terminology that's used here, and you store values in a register. All right. Cyber Mayhem says, is it possible to automate this? There are some tools to automate it, and we'll look at that probably tomorrow. But not all systems can you do this with. Okay. Cal says, is there a chance? Yeah, there's a chance. I mean, we don't know what this facility is. What we could do is put this in the showdown and see what it is. Let's find out what it is. I mean, if it's a building system, obviously you're probably not going to set it on fire. But if it's, say, a refinery, then you might. All right, let's take out some of the extraneous symbols here. Let's see if we can find out who this is. There it is. Okay. It's in Moscow. Okay. There's the port 502. And let's see. They got port 80 open, so we can check on port 80 to see who they are. They also have SSH open, okay, on port 22. Okay. Anybody know who TimeWeb is? Okay, I don't know who this is, but check it out and find out. Okay, the server is Gunicorn. Okay, so let's take a look. Let's also test the OpenSSH on this system. Okay, let's see if we can get into OpenSSH. There it is. Oh, so what we're looking at is basically their web server. Damn, this was easy. You don't get any easier than this. Okay, you don't get any easier than this. Peter says it looks like a template, no functions. I see source code. Okay. Let's see if we can SSH in on that system. Let me grab the IP address. So that's just a template, it looks like. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Let's see if we can get in as admin on that system. Oh, look at that. Oh, it wants me to go, yes. Permission denied. Oh, there it is. Let's try again. Well, it's probably, Cal says, why? Because you don't have the right key. Well, it's probably whitelisted by IP address, right? And so it's saying this IP address is not doesn't have permission to SSH in, which would be good security, right? You know, you whitelist the IP addresses that are allowed. There it comes back. See, this is where it comes back and says permission denied. They've seen me come in and try, and now they're blocking me. All right, let's try to do an Nmap scan, okay, on that same system. All right, while we're here, okay, let's go ahead and see. Since they already know we're onto them, let's go ahead and give it a shot and see what we can find on using Nmap. Traveling half the way around the world, might take a few minutes. But Shodan found port 22, port 502 open. Let's see what Nmap finds. Cyber Mayhem says use a -P. Well, I want to see, if I use a -P, then that specifies an IP, a port. I want to see all the ports, okay? And it found the same ports, okay? It didn't find 502 though. Interesting, it found 80 and 22. Let's specify 502 and see whether or not it has. Sometimes Nmap will miss port 502 and you just run all ports. Okay, let's be clear, Cyber Mayhem, that all ports. Yeah, there we go. There it is. 502 is open. Now it tells us that it's filtered actually. Okay, which means there's an IP address. Okay. By default, Nmap will run the 1,000 most common ports. Okay. So if you want to do all the ports, okay, you have to specify the range of 0 through 65,535. But here we found this one. Looks like something's. Let's go ahead and we got a nice little target here. Let's play with it. Okay. Let's not miss out a good opportunity here to try some of our tools on it. Okay. Let's go ahead and try putting in, see if we can get into port 502. It looks like there's a firewall blocking 502. Okay. But let's try it anyways. All right. Aha, we got past the firewall. So it's definitely a Modbus system. We can see the station IDs. Also, there are some tools in Nmap. Let's go back to Nmap. Okay. Nmap has a whole bunch of scripts that are useful to do some of the same things that we're doing here with Metasploit, but let's go ahead and try some of those out. If you want to find the Nmap scripts, okay, you can just go locate, all right, .nsc, because they all end in nsc, and you can see that I can then use the grep, okay, and then grep modbus. Well, let's just do it. Let's run it just for with no grep to show you all the scripts. All right, if you haven't used the Nmap scripts before, there you are. You can then go ahead and run the same thing and grep for Modbus. We'll find the Modbus. Oh, there's only one. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to use that script, okay, against the fork machine as and see what we can find out. What this will do is actually will enumerate, very similar to that Metasploit script. It'll enumerate the stations, and it also will try to pull the banner off those stations. So it gives us a little bit more information than Nmap, I mean, what Metasploit will give us doing the same thing. So let's go ahead and go sudo Nmap script modbus discover. You can see here's the name of the script right here. Modbus discover -nsc. So we're using, I mean, there's like almost 700 scripts in Nmap for a variety of things. Some of them are better than others, but some of them are, you can see some of the vulnerabilities scanners. You can see them here. Here's the one for Eternal Blue right there. Okay, and a number of other SMB vulnerabilities. Okay. There's some brute force attacks, okay? Yeah, Cyber Mayhem says there's a S7 info NSC. Well, I'll try that one next, okay? Let's do that one after we get done with this one, okay? This is specifically Modbus, okay? Script and then script args, okay? I don't know what I did there. Let's go back and try that. Dash script args is equal to Modbus discover aggressive it's 2 G's for aggressive, right? Aggressive equals true. So we're doing an aggressive scan. -P for 502 for the 502 port, and then we'll put in the IP address. Chris says 607 scripts. Okay, I was wrong. I said 700. Okay. I think I have one or two tutorials on Hackers Arise on NSC scripts. So hit enter. Let's see what we come up with. It looks like I don't have any typos because it seems to be working. Some security admin in Russia is going, oh my God, all of a sudden we got all these activity, or maybe not. Maybe not. You may not be paying any attention whatsoever. It's kind of amazing to me that you're in the middle of a war and there's not a greater effort to secure some of these systems. I have been able to, well, obviously Voltage as well has been able to get inside these systems with very little security. Yeah, let's wait for this one. Yeah, he's asleep. War? What war? You know, this kind of also goes to what the Russians are telling their people, right? Is that it's just a special military operation. It's not a war, right? Yeah, Peter says he's getting mobilized. There's no people. Okay. Chris says they've only said 6,000 Russians have died. Voltage says Putin held an open meeting with the heads of the IT industry some months ago and tasked them all to build cyber defensive task force, but then televised it almost as a way to publicly warn those IT leaders. It's really intriguing with the possible HMI findings. It has amounted to nothing. I only got one host up, 502 TCP filtered MBAP. Only one host up, just going out and just looking for Russian systems. Is that what you're looking for, Archbit? Yeah. Well, you know, Nmap's not perfect, Shodan's not perfect. That's why you need to have multiple tools, okay? Administrators from Ukraine. Okay, good. You have to have multiple tools because nothing's perfect, right? If you use the Nmap and you go searching, and Nmap, you know, it does a pretty good job, but it's not always going to get you everything. So you need to use multiple tools and know how to use multiple tools to be able to find what you're looking for. Ah, there we go. Okay, finally got it. Took a little while. Okay, so it came back and says there's an error illegal function. We know that these are station IDs. Okay. No, it doesn't mean that. Okay, this what they're doing. Okay, our administrator says that means we can't write. It doesn't necessarily mean that. It means that the function that is sent as a probe is not legal within this system. That's what it means. Because we're not trying to write anything. All we're trying to do is to probe the station ID to try to get a response. All right, that's all we're trying to do. Okay, so if it comes back and says, oh, that's an illegal function, we know you exist, right? It's like if I poke you and you scream, I know you exist. That's what we're doing here. We're just poking it and it's coming back, no, that's illegal. You can't do that. But no, we're not trying to write. We're just trying to get some response, okay, from the PLC. And as long as we get some response, we know it exists, right? Later on, we'll try to write to it, okay? Well, this will be our guinea pig for today, all right? Well, since we're talking, let's keep this here, all right, in our Kali. But let's go back, okay, before we get that's the system. We got a good guinea pig here to work with, okay, but we'll come back to it. Let's go back to our, don't go away from this one, some Google Hacks. We were looking for this one here. We got one here. Let's see, we've got this one. Let's try this one right here and see what we find. Another one, almost identical. Now this one's actually a 200. Okay, so it's still a Siemens product. Okay, but it's the other one was an S7 1200. This is the, looks like it's S7 1512. Okay, so slightly different model. No data logs. Okay, so this one, I don't know what country this is in, but they're not logging anything. So like Voltage was saying that most of the Russians don't log, and that's true also outside of Russia too. All right, let's go user files. Okay, that's German, I assume, right, guys? Those of you who speak German. It's a PDF here that was. Let's go ahead and open it. See what's there. It's in Hamburg, Germany. And it doesn't tell us much. Anybody can read that and tell us what it is? I don't see anything that's real valuable to us. Okay. No. Okay. Let's keep looking here. User-defined pages. Oh, I think this is the name of the company is what it looks like. Yeah. Schiffsanmeldung. My German's not good. Schiffsanmeldung. Let's go. Okay. Ship registration, is that what it is? Okay. So this is in Hamburg. Here's the login page. Of course, you always got to try admin. Looks like this is the same IP address, right, as this one here, right? Yep, exactly the same IP address. Okay. So this is the login page, it looks like, to the system. Let's go ahead and try it. Oh, look at that. Admin worked. It's a self-service. Is that what it is, Renegade? Thank you. So admin worked, and we're in. Okay. I'm not sure how much more information we've got, okay, than we had before, but here's some user files. That was the PDF we saw earlier. Nothing in the data logs. Start page. Okay. It's kind of not for ships. I don't know what this is. I mean, I can't imagine if you were renting ships that you would use a PLC for that purpose. I don't know. I can't, maybe there is an application that I can't imagine, but in any case, what's really important is that there's not good security here, all right? Let's go back and see if we can find some more. These are all going to be Siemens because they all, many, not all, many of them have the portal in their web servers. Here's data logs for somebody. Let's try them out. Okay, there's another IP 45, 156, 61, 154. Anybody check, see what that is? It's in Italy. Thank you, Chris. Okay. Looks like it's IT. Oh, I think this one might be a wind farm. Oh, it's a data center, you said? Okay. All right. It's a data center. It's throwing an error message right now. Okay. Let's go to watch tables. This one's responding very quickly. I like that. Go to user files. Let's try logging in. Admin. Remember, this one is these Siemens. Let's go check. The Siemens S1200s and S1500s are admin and a blank password. Let me check on this one what it is. Let's see if I can got a password for this one. Where's my password file? I got too many things open right now. Default passwords. Okay, here they are. Find this particular unit. Cyber Mayhem says, I see default credentials. This is, yeah, people who are new to the industry often don't recognize how many systems, because people will set up the system and they got it up and running, the operation, the company's running and everything looks good, and oftentimes they don't go take the next step. Okay, and this one might fall into the basic password. Let's just try admin first. Let's do that first. All right, let's see. Learn more. Is that what I wanted? I want advanced. Sorry. Accept the risk and continue. Of course, I'm willing to do that. Looks like it's going to come up. Oh, beautiful. I love when this happens. This looks like a wind turbine. This is an HMI for a wind turbine system in Italy. Okay. Yeah, it really is wind, right? So this is a wind turbine system. This is definitely an HMI, human machine interface for the system. All right, and this is all for educational purposes. I want to remind you of that. I got to get that recorded. Right? This is all for educational purposes because technically this is against the law. Okay. Yeah, it's going to get windy in Italy. All for educational purposes. You can see the production over here. Energy and megawatts. Okay, is the red lines here. Looks like it's the wind has died down and not producing as much in recent days. Okay. Summer is less windy, yeah. There we are. There it is. We see where it's at. Okay. So anybody from Italy here can kind of fill us in on what this area is like? There's a wind farm right there. That's kind of, it's like right in the ankle of the boot. Yeah, yeah, that's the boot. Here's Rome up here. Here's Naples. Let's go to satellite pictures. Let's go to CPU. What was the password I used here? Just admin? Is that what I did? I think that's what I did. So we'll have to try that again. Admin blank password. Well, I've got control of a wind turbine system in Italy. Okay. Let's see, what does this say here? Pannello di comando. Anybody know? Anybody know Italian or can do a quick translate, Google Translate on that? It looks like maybe the command window, command panel. Yeah, I think you're right. Command panel, that makes sense. Comando pannello. The panel of command. All right, yeah, there you go. I'm not going to press any of these buttons just because, you know, I'm skating on the edge here, right? And I mean, these buttons are stop, reset, start. I mean, if I wanted to, I could really wreak havoc here. Let's see, we look at some of the questions. User, on the HMI, can you right click on the button to see if the Modbus register is displayed? You right click, where are you talking about here? Am I in the right place? On the button? View source code, is that what you want to see? Okay. Yeah, Control says, I heard from Italian friend the elections next week are going to be won by Putin guys. You know, one of the things that you may or may not know is that Putin is putting up people across the world, you know, and so that's the way he's trying to control and build his empire back, is by funding people to run for elections. And administrator is in Ukraine, and he knows very well how Putin was able to put up presidential candidates in the past and get them elected. Yeah, he says, "Yep, okay." And so wherever you are in the world, you know, you've got to watch out, okay, because he's putting up people in every country around the world, and they all answer to him. And for a long time, Putin controlled Ukraine through his puppets, okay? And, you know, it's only in recent years that Ukraine has broken free of the Putin puppets, okay? And anyways, so just kind of keep that in mind. So once again, some serious problems with security. Yes, that's Yanukovych. You know, administrator says a big struggle in 2014 to get Yanukovych to leave. And of course, when Yanukovych left, where did he go? He went to Moscow. and he went to Moscow, and that's where he's safe at. And some people in the United States to his daddy. Yeah. I've got an article on Hackers Arise, Cal, about, you know, a little bit about the history of Ukraine. Take a look at it. Okay, it's actually about the hacks against Ukraine, but it includes the politics. And then once Yanukovych, you know, ran back to his daddy in Moscow, then that's when Putin first invaded Ukraine and took Crimea and the Donbass. Okay. So it's only when he lost control, when his puppet was kicked out. Yeah, Sandworm. The book Sandworm also has a good history in there too. That's true. Okay, that's good. Sandworm is the name of the hacker. It's probably the most elite hacker group in Russia. Sandworm. I'm going to back up and see if we can find some more. We've done so well here. Yeah, advanced persistent threat. Exactly. But, you know, every country has advanced persistent threat. Let's just be clear on that. Every country. NSA, CIA are advanced persistent threat. China has advanced persistent threat. Russia has advanced persistent threat. Let's just be clear that every country is out there hacking. All right. All right, let's back up to go back to the beginning here. Fancy Bear, yep, APT, exactly. Yeah, Kenya probably doesn't. You're right, Cyber Mayhem. Yeah, you're probably right. Kenya probably doesn't have. And I'm not sure about Liechtenstein too. Okay, let me correct my statement. Every major power, okay, has a APT groups. All right, even countries like China and India and Pakistan have their own hacker groups. Okay, and they're constantly hacking each other. Indonesia. Has their own state-sponsored list. Okay, hackers. We can go through a long one. That's off the Chinese. Oh, that one's not going to work. Here's one looks like in Germany. I'm not sure this one is actually a PLC looking at the URL, but it met the criteria. Let's see. Oh. Yeah, look at here. Here's the part of the URL, okay, that's generally used for Siemens PLCs, but it looks like somebody else is using it too. This looks like a regular website. And here's once again an example of the techniques that you use are not always going to work. Okay, so what we're looking for is this particular fraction of the URL. Okay, and it looks like somebody else is using it besides just Siemens in their PLCs. Let's go look elsewhere. Let's go to see more. It says, in order to show you the most relevant, we have omitted some entries very similar to the 16 artists, but if you like, you can repeat the search with the omitted results included. In order to show you the most relevant, you have omitted some entries by very similar 16 artists, but if you like, you can repeat the search with the omitted. Okay, let's try that. Oh, wow, we got a lot more this time. Okay. This looks like a PLC right here. Let's go take a look at this one. Vulture says, order pizzas with double heavy anchovies to the Kremlin. Attention, Putin. I'm sure that the delivery guy will get in. Let's take a look at this one here. This one looks like some power company. I've gotten into the HMIs of one time I got into an HMI of a hydropower plant in Italy. Okay, I had the HMI of a dam, of a hydroelectric plant in Italy. Okay, here's one in Russia. You can see the government RU right there. Let's see if we can get into this one. Okay, administrator, you can read Russian, right? I don't know what this is saying, but it looks like it doesn't look like it's a PLC. Let's keep looking. Yeah, it's not a PLC. Yeah. Let's try some of these others here. It was, the taxi calling was brilliant as well. This looks like, I don't know what this is here. If anybody can read it, it doesn't appear to be a PLC either. I'm not sure what language that is. Oh, it's mobile video index. Okay, right there, mobile video. And look at here. Okay, cat Etsy password. What's the deal here? Huh, interesting. Let's see. Hopefully it's not porn. Okay. Oh, it's Turkish. This is Turkey. Administrator says the Russian site was somewhere near the Ministry of Emergency Situations of Russia. Wow. That's one we should probably go back to, huh? And see what we can rake some havoc there. The Russian site was somewhere near the Ministry of Emergency Situations of Russia. Lucky 163 says, I live in Turkey. Yep, music is music. Okay. So this is it's not a PLC. Okay, so that's all we need to know, really. You like that word havoc? But yeah, let's raise some havoc. We tried this one. Let's try this one. I'll try that one next, Chris. That looks like an American IP address. No, that one didn't work. Okay, I'll just try the IP. It says MCI White Lash State Water Flood Plant Screen. Yeah, that's an American. I recognize that IP address as being US. 26. How did you find that one? Okay, here we go. This is probably a through Shodan you found it? Okay. This is probably a industrial system. It looks like it. All right, let's see what they have under file list. Here's the alarms. These are text files. Okay, let's just take a look at one of them. Ah, so these are like the look like these are the log files here. Okay. Pump number 3 is down. Okay. Pump number 3 is on. But this is this looks like these are the tank levels. Good find, Chris. Okay. So we get to see all of their Cyber Mayhem says, does this system have publicly known CLV? Well, first of all, you have to identify, okay, what the system is, and then go over to MITRE and look at their CVEs to see whether or not there is a publicly known. It might be. Okay, here's our remote access right here. Okay, let's try remote access. Okay. Says no firewall router connection. Let's try it that way with no firewall. Is this instructions? Oh, it's actually like a VPN connection. Holy, it's trying to connect. Connecting. It looks like this is a VPN connection, okay, to that system. It's trying to connect. Yeah, there it is, timed out. Oh, okay. All right, let's try it with the firewall router connection this way. It's trying to connect. It had a way cooler GUI on Shodan. Okay. It timed out as well. It probably has a whitelist. Let's see if we can start it here. It probably has a whitelist. This is, look, you can see it's a port it's on connecting. This is useful to us too. So you can see right here, it's connecting on port 111102. So that's what we would go after. It might be. They might have connected, put the credentials in the binary. We'd probably, you know, if we, all right, let's see what else we can find. Let's go back to our home. Instructions for creating your own website. What is that? Well, let's take a look at it. Excuse me. Why would you want to create your own website to a industrial system? I'm not sure. Okay. Some people it's a common platform for creating your own website. Is that what you're saying, admin? What about clicking on the ADC web as that one? Maybe the web interface has been shown. Maybe it's left over from the hosting company they use. Maybe like a free panel. Says, oh wow, this one looks really cool. This is what Chris says. Let's go ahead and take a look at the new one Chris found. These are all coming through Shodan, right? So Shodan is an excellent source. Let's try to look at this one, this new one. Oh, it's the same company. It looks like a similar company. Okay, let's go. Let's try remote access again. Notes bomb. In order to enable remote access in the panel, the remote server function on the touch panel network and the project file needs to be turned on. This can be done with the CMOR programming software. Okay. Let's try again here. What looked cooler about this one? This looks the same as the other one. Oh, okay. Let's see if we can connect. So notice it says right here, remote HMI. Okay. So we're trying to connect to the HMI. If we can connect the HMI to these systems, we can control it. Okay. This is a human machine interface. All right, I'm going to go to Shodan. You guys are saying it looks really good on Shodan, so I'll go to Shodan and see what we can see there. You guys are finding some good stuff. No results found. Huh, how did that happen? Do I have the right IP address? Let's try it again. It's missing a. Oh yeah. Okay, that's why. Missing the 5 there. Okay, here we go. Good. It shows you the whole GUI on port 80. There it is, Rockwell Automation, Allen Bradley. Okay, this is one of the big manufacturers. They mostly work in manufacturing. Okay, they're real strong in manufacturing. We start talking about PLCs later today or tomorrow. We'll talk about some of the companies that are active here. This is one of the big players in the US in manufacturing. But this doesn't look like a manufacturing facility. This looks like maybe a water treatment plant. This one also shows a GUI. Okay, I'll take a look at that one as well. I'll put in let's look at another one here. Chris is going wild with all of these. Okay, 76, 75, 26, 32. Okay, this is Northern Telephone. They're a big telecom company in Minnesota, Wisconsin, I believe. Okay. Here's the MCR Whitlash State Water Flood Plant screen. Okay, let's see if we can connect to it. Okay, looks like that's a couple of days ago. It's 9/19. Okay, let's go see if we can't get inside. It uses port 80 and 8080. Okay, it's the same, it looks like the same company. All right, let's try for remote access. All right. Chris says the HMI is at 166. Let's try it. 166, 166, 165, 88, 117. Is there any credentials on the HMI? Looks like we got similar. Let's try remote access. Well, you know, Chris says it only show up on Showdown for some reason. Oftentimes things will show up on Shodan, and as they show up on Shodan, the security folks at that company will all of a sudden see a whole lot of new activity, and then they'll implement some security. I've had that happen like many times, and it's the next day somebody, and you can't get in anymore. Which, you know, that's good security. That's what they should be doing, right? These all look like these are Allen Bradley systems. Let's try, see if we can connect to the HMI. It timed out. Okay, administrator says you can use the screenshot label command and Shodan to get more. Let's try this one here. Ah, okay. We connected now. All right. All right. So at least we've got the HMI. Okay. So now the key question is, what's the credentials? Okay. And this is an Allen Bradley system. Let me see if I can find the default credentials here. All right. Let's see. Yeah, it's Rockwell Allen Bradley. So it might, okay, it's under Rockwell Automation, Allen Bradley in Hackers Arise. It depends upon what system they're using here. We don't know that right now, but it looks like administrator admin or admin and password or administrator and blank is most often used on the Rockwell Automation. So let's try some of those out. All right. Did you get inside admin? Okay, let's try admin. Ah, not valid. Okay, let's try another one. Let's try administrator and admin. Also, let's note to see whether or not it locks us out. Okay, because if it doesn't lock us out, we can always just kind of brute force this thing. And very often, even if the password is changed, it's very simple password, like the name of the company and 123 after it. That's common. So this one we're going administrator admin. Nope. Let's see. One of the other combinations they have is administrator and none. Let's try that. Let's get rid of that uppercase D and no password. Nope. That's 3 tries. Let's try a few more and see if it locks me out. okay? If it's not locking me out, then we can always come back and just brute force this thing. Yeah, it's not locking us out. Okay, so this is definitely susceptible to brute force attack. And I would say in most cases, vast majority that I've worked with have no lockout. Right? So that's one of the things you want to keep in mind here is that there's no lockout on these systems. So even if they've changed the password, there's no lockout. So you can just go ahead and just keep on trying until you get in. All right. Let me see if I've got any other choices here. Here's another pass. They have one of their PLCs has guest. Let's try that. We don't know what PLC this is. Let's try. There's one that's administrator and then ML 1400. Okay. Lowercase administrator. And if this is, it's particular to this PLC, it's ML 1400. Nope. So I guess the important point here is that one, we can get to the HMI, and two, there's no lockout on it. So even though they've changed the password, it wouldn't be that hard. And I'll bet dollars to donuts that admin is still there, and all we have to do is to brute force the password. So let's see if we can find any other ports open up. What is, okay, I'm gonna take this off screen and go to, Chris said, did I try admin password? Let's try it, okay. What happened to my interface? Let's try it again. Oh, right here, this is what I want. All right. Admin password, I don't know, I don't think I tried that one. That is one of the combinations that Alan Bradley does use. Nope, but it wouldn't be that hard to brute force. Cal says, is there any way to access this port through the terminal with some type of automation? Yeah, I mean, you can use a tool like Burp Suite, okay, to brute force it. Or you can use THC Hydra, okay, to automate it. Let's do a quick scan of this particular IP address and see if there's any other ports open. What does Shodan say for that in terms of what ports are open? All right, let's do a quick scan of that IP address and see if we can find other ports that are open. Sometimes you can get in by other ports. All right, let's see what IP address it is. -ST 166. We'll also get an idea of how secure these are if these guys notice all this activity coming from me. All right, and let's just run invalid sudo error initializing audit plugin. Oh, forgot to put the nmap in. Get the password wrong. There we go. Chris says I got 80, 80, 80, 843, 999, 44818. That's on Shodan. Let's see if we can find anything others. All right, it looks like it scanned all the ports and found nothing. So here's one of the, let's see if we can look for the port where the HMI is on this particular system. Let's specifically try to scan the HMI port, 11102. All right. Air stripper treatment plant in Sheboygan Falls, Wisconsin. Let's see what Nmap says. Looks like Nmap says it's filtered, means that usually there's a firewall there. Okay. And that may be the way that they're implementing a whitelist is through there. Although, there's no whitelist here. We were able to connect to it, right? So there's no whitelist here. It's just asking for credentials. So once again, this is an example of where Nmap is not perfect. Okay, there's got to be access to that port. Whoops. Or else we wouldn't be able to connect to it. All right. I've got top of the hour. Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break, and we'll come back and have some more fun and games and rake some more havoc. So I got 1 minute to the top of the hours. Come back at 14 minutes after the hour. We'll see you then. Hopefully this is fun for you, just for me. You're enjoying this? Yeah? Okay, good. We're going to resume class in about 2 minutes. Okay, we're back. And when we left off, we were trying to get into this HMI, human machine interface. Okay, this is looks like it's a system based out of Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Looks like Chris has done some homework here. It's what is it? He says in Sheboygan. Sheboygan Falls, Wisconsin, air stripper treatment plant. What is an air stripper? I don't know if anybody knows, let me know. Air stripper. But in any case, he also collected a few sets of default credentials. Let's try them, and then we'll try move on to something else. All right, let's try. There's a username password, Chris. Is that right? Username password. Yeah, that didn't work. But once again, you know, and it's clearly showing that there is no lockout on this system. So I could just keep on going doing this all day long, or automate it with Burp Suite or THC Hydra, and eventually I'll get the password. Right? Let's try. I think we tried some of these already. You know, just, you know, such a fundamental concept, security concept like password lockouts is something you're not going to find very often in these SCADA systems. Very often, you know, you can just keep on trying and trying and trying until you get it. All right. Oh, I thought I had it. Okay. And nobody's really paying any attention to us. Okay. Okay. Are you guys enjoying this part of the class? Is this something you want to keep on doing? Yeah, everybody. Yep. Chris says yes. How about the others? Yep. Yeah. Okay. Well, if this is what if you're enjoying this, let's hang out and do this then for a little while. Okay. All right. Let's see. Just read some of the comments here. And Chris says an air stripping is a process of moving air through contaminated water and above ground treatment to remove chemicals. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. Let's continue on this process, but maybe look for different systems. All right. That's Chris says he found another one. Okay, let's go try that one out. Let's go. I'm going to close this one down. Okay. But if people are enjoying this part, okay, we have a lot more to cover, but we can always catch up tomorrow or Friday. Okay. Let me get my showdown again. I think it's right here. And okay, let's see, 166. This is the same Allen Bradley system. same Allen Bradley system. All right. Let's see if we can get anything off of this one. Oh, we got a remote temp graph. Okay. You know, I think all of these systems have FTP. Okay. Let's try using this. Let's see if we can connect to the FTP on any of these services, any of these servers. Okay. Let's go. All right, sudo FTP. So I missed this. Is there 117? All right, thank you. Somehow I copy and paste and didn't get all of it. Let me do a Control C out of here. There we go. Exit. Okay. Is it 117? Okay. It's taking a long time. It's trying. Connection refused. Okay, so let's go back. Let me see where, I got so many things open right now. Let's see, here it is. Okay. Okay, back to here. Let's see if we can try a remote access on this one. So here's built-in Ethernet. Okay. Let's try using the router connection. I love that they provide me the software to connect to the HMI. All right, let's try. Okay, let's see. Here is the, I think this is the, right here is the name of the product. Let's see if we can find, go do a default password lookup, okay? Let's see if this is the PLC right here. So let's do just a Google search for it. All right. Let's see, default password of whatever that is, EA9 T8CL 155463. Okay, there it is. All right. See more, there it is. Okay. Let's see if we can find anything, what we can find out about it. Here's the user manual, okay, PDF. Been downloading the PDF for this particular product. Wow, taking a long time to download that. Here we go. Thank you for purchasing automation equipment from Automation Direct. So this is part of the process, right? If you're trying to hack a system, you find out who the manufacturer is, and then you get the manual. And you start working. There's 275 pages here. So, yeah, this is not unusual. Usually the PDFs are like 150 pages, but this one's a lot bigger. It's from automationdirect.com. All right. So I think we thought this was an Allen Bradley system, but it looks like it's from Automation Direct. Here's the hardware user. Okay, here we go. Let's go through here. First edition, 8/21, so it's only a year old. Okay. Let's see if we can, what we can find out here. Okay, unpack and inspect, install optional hardware. Become familiar with the communication ports, install the programming software, develop a project, connect touch panel, provide power to access the touch panel. Okay, that's probably not what we're gonna need, but we might find something here in 1.5.16.17. Let's try there and look. But this is the process that you would go through. Will says he's good. Okay. Okay, Will thinks he's got it as ACCA. Let's try it. All right, where'd you get that from? Did you get it from going through the manual? So it's like this, pass, okay, and then, okay, give me what you want. Give me a user, you found it under, okay, good, all right. So what's the username? Is the username ACC Automation? Is that what it is? All right, and then, okay, so it's ACC or AC anyway. ACC, all right. And then the password is ACCA, lowercase, like that. All right, let's try it out. Yep, okay. Okay. Let's try ACC Automation. But you see, you're getting an idea of what the process looks like. You got to do a little homework. It's not hacking in 30 seconds or less like most of the things on YouTube, right? I'll try password ACCA. No. All right. Let's try, what's the name of this company? Anybody? That's, yeah, Cyberman, David Baumel style. Well, one of the things I always emphasize when I'm on David Baumel is that hacking's hard work, right? And so many people like, just tell me what button to push, and then I'll have access to everything, right? That's what a lot of newbies think, right? Just tell me what tool to use and what button to push, and then I'll have access to everything. Well, the truth of the matter is that it's hard work, and this is kind of showing it. But we're also seeing that, we're getting into some systems without that much of hard work. But as I mentioned over and over again, something like Stuxnet took 3 years. Okay. Yeah, this kind of person will never be a hacker, right? Because they don't understand what the process really is. So, anyways, we're still working on this one here. There's a link in there that Will has found. Let's go open that up, that link. Let's see what he's found there. All right, let's try that. Here's what we're looking at. This is what we're working with. Okay. These are HMI panels. Okay. So there's Okay, so Seymour is just the HMI company. Okay, that's what's looking like. Okay, so they're just the HMI. Notice that they'll work with a lot of different SCADA protocols. You can see they do work with Modbus and TCP/IP, Modbus TCP/IP. But this is probably what we had found this under, right? Is under Allen Bradley, and these are the Allen Bradley common protocols. You know, most commonly they're going to use Ethernet IP, Ethernet IP client, or Ethernet IP server, the Allen Bradleys. Then there's all of the Siemens they'll work with as well. Here's the remote HMI. But this is here's the protocols and cables communication overview. Let's take a look at that. Looks like it's a Japanese company, Koyo Electronics. So these are all PLCs over here, all right? And so this is their unit here, touchscreen HMI. We might be able to use Telnet to connect. The only thing is I checked the ports and there wasn't port 22 open. But sometimes you'll find that you can connect via Telnet or SSH, right? Okay, Chris has sent me a link of a video of a bunch of HMIs. Let's go ahead and take a look at it, okay? Thank you, Chris, for putting this together. This is the human machine interface. So if you can get control of the human machine interface, this is where the the engineer is controlling the system. So that if you can go ahead and get into the human machine interface, then you have control. And this is often what is happening. We talk about the hacks in history, okay? This is often what's happening is that the most common vector is to get into the corporate network, okay? Get into the human machine interface, all right? And then once you have the human machine interface, as Cyber Mayhem says, game over, okay? Because then I have basically root access, okay? Total control over the system, right? So this is throughout history, this is often the way that most of the SCADA hacks. Now there's exceptions to this, obviously. I mean, recently we've had some ransomware attacks against it. Most recently, we had a couple years ago, we had the Triton or Triconex. It's goes by different names, where they disabled the safety controls, the Schneider safety controls. Schneider calls their safety controls Triton, so that's where the name comes from, and disabled those. But I don't, let's see if we can find some more information here. There's a table. But this is just the HMI, and if we can get into the HMI, we're good. All right, so this is now this system. Remember, is is an Allen Bradley system. We know that. The HMI is this automation direct, right? And so it means that it's probably this unit right here or these, because we know that it's using Ethernet IP. So it has to be these units, otherwise it wouldn't work, right? So let's see what we have in terms of the Allen Bradleys in that area there. If you go back to Hackers Rise and look at passwords, these are actually under Rockwell Automation. The MicroLogics, let's see. Gotta find my spreadsheet again of passwords. I lost my password sheet. Where'd it go? Got so many things open. Let's see if I got it somewhere. All right, I'll have to open it up again. Let's see. We know that when this one is being used, MicroLogics 1100 and 1400, okay, that it's using a default password of I think admin. Yeah, it's using ML 1400. Okay, if it's using this particular PLC. All right, let's go back and take a look again. ML admin, then ML, which is the type of PLC, is ML 1400. Nope. All right. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at some more of the Google Dorks. Okay. Chris, come up with a Google Dork. Okay. Is that a dork or is that a Shodan search? Okay. Looks like it's a Shodan search. But let's go and take a look at some of the Google Dorks. Yeah, it's a Shodan. We've let's go. I'm going to close that down. Let's try some other Shodans. Let's see if we can find other PLCs similar to this one, right? By using Google versus using Shodan. Shodan's great for finding these, though. All right. Let's go here, and I'm going to go to look for Google Dorks for Rockwell Allen Bradley. Okay, the MicroLogics controllers, okay. You can usually find them in URL. Let's try in URL, MicroLogics, okay. And we see we got a lot of stuff from Allen Bradley, but it doesn't look like we have any PLCs there. Let's try in title. You can buy them on eBay right here. Here's a Google Dork that'll can often get us into Siemens, into let's see, it's be in title, I believe, in title, the Siemens web portal, okay, for their HMI for their web portal. Let's try. That's going to use All right, put it in there. So it's welcome to Windows CE. Remember Windows CE Telnet. Okay, service on HMI panel. Let's get that. Make that lowercase e. And Google thinks I'm a bot. So I gotta tell them I'm not a robot. No. Telnet client for Windows. Okay, this is it's gonna happen. Let's try in URL, in title. So let's do this. Let's go to exploit DB and see if there's any latest SCADA Google hacks. Okay. Did I forget to quote it at the end? Yeah, sorry about that. Let's go to Google Hacking. All right, and let's go to SCADA. All right, and you can see we've got a few here. Let's look for particular companies. All right. Got a few of them here. In title, Schneider Electric Telecontrol Industrial Web Control. Let's try this one out. You can see some of these Google Docs are pretty sophisticated. I got my closing quotation mark, looks good. That's just a reference to the exploit DB. Let's try this one here. That's just a reference to the Google Dork. Okay, and that's an ad. Let's go back. Let's try another one. Let's try this one here. Looks like that's the same one without the forward in it. Okay. Okay. Let's try this one. Okay. I don't know what country this is. This is a Schneider Electric. Not sure which one it is, but let's try the default credentials on it. Looks like Dyne Energy and Plus. Okay. Oh, Will got us a vulnerability. We can't really do that though in class, but you can in your free time. Okay, trying to log in admin. Let's see if it'll try. Lock me out. Now the default passwords on these Schneiders, let's see what they have. I don't know, let's see, let's see if we can identify what unit it is. It's the Schneider Electric Telecontrol, okay? Let's see if we can find the, I don't have a listing for that particular item. Let's try administrator. And admin. Nope, not gonna let me in. Looks like a village in France. La Cabane, La Cabane, Dine-elect France is what it looks like. Let's try some of the others. Okay. Here's industrial web control here. Same interface. Schneider Electric identifies itself right there. Let's see if we can do a search for the Schneider Electric telecontrol default password. Let's look. Password management from Schneider Electric themselves. Okay, what is the default username and password to log in? Oh, thank you, thank you. Hopefully that's the answer there. There it is. Look at that. Beautiful. You see it? They publish it on their own website. You don't, this happens so often, okay? And it was last modified on 6/28, so it's pretty current, okay? Let's go ahead and try it. Administrator, make sure I can spell it right. Administrator, and then it should be uppercase A, administrator. And let's see if they've changed their default password. Come on. Ah. Didn't get in. Let's make sure I typed it correctly. But now we know what the default username and password is. We can try it on some other systems. All right, let's go and let's try some others. We now know that it's administrator. Here's another one. All right, see if we can tell who this is. It tells us it's Schneider Electric. I don't know anything else about it. Let's go and try administrator. Let me copy and paste it. Okay, I don't type it wrong. Nope, that one's not going to work. We'll see if we can find one company who's left it the default in place. Administrator. Nope. All right. Well, let's try some other Google hacks. Okay. For instance, Schneider's a big one. We've been picking on them largely because they run Modbus and their security is pretty lax. All right. But let's try some other Google hacks, maybe on some Siemens systems, another major player in this market. Let me go back to my Google hacks. Okay, Nephos has set one up there. This is let's try this one. I'm gonna copy and paste what he just sent me. Thank you. But Google hacks are very specific to the product, not only to the company, but to the product. All right. This is Automation Direct, it looks like. Okay. Looks like Unitronics. That might be that's an ad. That's why. Okay, this is a Unitronics PLC. Ah, nice. So at least we're getting some information. Okay. Do you know what language this is? Where it's at? It does say, look at here, it says dummy right here. So this may not be a actually functioning PLC. Let's click on that and see what it takes us to. It does tell us it's running right here. All right. It looks like that link was to probably the company that's behind that product. Chris has got an interesting one here that, did this come off Google Hacking Database? It looks like it. This is for SCADA login. Okay, so let's see what we can find with it. But Google Hacking Database is, you edited it a little? Okay, Google Hacking Database is a good place to look. You know, what you want to do there is that if you just type in SCADA, you're not going to get much. But if you talk about, try ICS, maybe, there's ICS, you get a lot more. If you try the name of the company, that's like Siemens, okay, you're gonna get, oh, none of them under Siemens, all right. Let's try the, say the S7 1500, not gonna get any there either. But, so let's go ahead and try the one that, that Chris just sent, all right. Let's see. All right, here we go. All right, let's see what we have here. Nice. Okay. Looks like it's a German company. All right, Seamtech, Sustainable Energy Automation and Measurement Technologies. And we can change, look at that, I got it in Turkish, Romanian, Spain, English, Dutch, German, I'm sorry, whatever that is, I don't know what that is. Is that Russian? Yeah. That's Russian? Okay, good. Let's see if we can log in. Ah, nice, they have a virtual keyboard. Anybody find the password for the system? Okay, let's log in. Nope, didn't work. Let me do a quick Google search on this and see if we can find the password on it. And in the meantime, let's go and see what else we can find. Okay, here's some more systems. Let's keep on trying, looking at different systems. So when you put together a Google hack like this is a, it has to have, each one of these is an or, right? And then it's going ahead and it's looking for all ending in all, any of these endings here. I'm not getting that, not connecting to that one. Let's try another one. I'm sorry, I said an or, it should have been an and. All right, here's another company. Vista World. Log in there. Let's just try a bunch of logins and see whether or not it locks me out. Okay. You can see it's not locking me out. Let's try Vistra. This is commonly people will use the company name as a password. No. Once again, we could, a page has one here, okay. Rapid SCADA, okay. I like this one, let's try it out. Here's Rapid SCADA. Oh, it populated, okay. Yeah, exactly. Voltage says that orcs use the Rapid SCADA. It's actually pretty common around the world, but real common in Russia. Let's try. We're in, but I'm not sure what we're into. I think we might be into their demo site. Okay, let's see. It says select main menu. Where's that at? Select main menu. I didn't see that. Far left, main. Oh, yes, there it is. Main menu. All right, dashboards. No dashboards, reports. Renegade says, will this site tell you when you do something you should not do? If you're inside here, okay, you've already broken the law. Okay, you're in trouble. So it's not going to tell you. That's the answer to your question. Okay, once you've entered in, you've broken the law. Let's go. Let's see. Let's go ahead and get a PDF report. Yeah, I think this is just a demo unit is what this is. This is for trying to sell product. But let's try some more. Let's see if we can find a real one. Okay. Let's go back to our dork again. Let's see what we can find one. Let's find a real, that's not what I wanted. Let's go. What I really want is, let's try in URL. Let's try that. I didn't come up with any. Yeah, so that one that that Google Dork works, but it only works on getting you the demo site. All right. Yeah, this one right here. Let's try some others. See what else we have under Google Dorks. We'll just play around with Google Dorks here for a while. Let's see. Let's try Rockwell. See if we can find any for that manufacturer. Nope. Try Allen. How about, let's go back to our SCADA. Okay. Let's try this one out. Here's a login in title SCADA login. These are variations on the login page. Let's try this one. All right. Let's see. Canal River Trust in the UK. Huh. This is like a web page, though. Let's say. Ah, look at that. Powered by SCADA. There must be a company with that name. Employ single sign-on, switch to the light version. If you cannot single sign-on, revert back to the old login method. There we go. It says this is a light version of SCADA mobile websites optimized for slower network connections. These pages have reduced functionality over the light version, but will load faster. Okay. Okay. So if you cannot use a single sign-on, please revert back to the old login. The SCADA team are moving towards a single sign-on only access model. We will log times when this older authentication system is used and may contact you to ask for more information about difficulties and errors. Okay. So this is not a SCADA system. That's just the name of the company who is. So if you cannot, I don't know what happened here, but it looks like I didn't get in. Let's go ahead and let's go back to our Google Docs and see. And it must be a company called SCADA who does single logins or something. That's what it looks like. And here's one here. I think this one we've already looked at. Let's take a look at it. Yep, that's a SCADA system. Here's one here. Ah, good. Let's see. I think it said something about the login, username, password, log. Oh, it's just taking it's just grabbing the information from it. Let's go ahead and click on and try logging in. If anybody has any info on the username and password, let me know. Nefos puts on a list of SCADA passwords. Okay, nice. Okay, I'll try that in just a moment. Okay. Yeah, it's not gonna work. I'm gonna go ahead and Siemens Cymatic WinCC SCADA router login information. Okay. Nice. All right, so let's see if we can find one of these. All right. Let's see. I think they have WinCC in their URL. All right, let's see. Let me check and see. Let's go ahead and try it. We got that page up. We know what the passwords are. Let's go ahead and take a look. Okay. So let's go in URL. Okay. And I think they have WinCC in their URL. And no, maybe not. Maybe it's uppercase. Maybe that's the problem. Let's try. Let's try in title. Okay, here we got the WinCC. HMI virtualization with WinCC. That's on a Siemens site. Here's an advisory, okay, about that particular model. Let's see. I'm looking for a website that is using WinCC. Let's try this here. Oh, here, what's this here? This is a PDF. Here's one. Let's try this one. And Control just sent me a list of SCADA ICS passwords. Let's even more passwords that are on Hackers Arise. Let's see what we have here. Let's see if we find that Rockwell one that we were trying to get inside of. Here's the, remember we got into this one right here, and there's admin and blank right there. All right, the S300. These are actually on Hackers Arise. These particular units. Okay. Let's see if we can find the Rockwell. I don't see them here. It might be under Allen Bradley. The two companies merged, and I'm not seeing either Rockwell or Allen Bradley on this list. And let's try our Google Docs. Let's try. Let's see if I have them listed under ICS. Okay, here's one that Chris sent. Let's try it. In title, Rockwell Automation, right? And device name and uptime is what we're looking for, all in the title. Let's see what we can find. I can see these IP addresses. When you get an IP address, you know that you're in the right location. This looks good. All right, nice. Now let's see, browse the chassis. Let's go take a look and see what kind of information. Product name, okay. Serial number. Let's look at backplane. Connection manager stats. Browse the chassis. Let's look at diagnostics. Diagnostics overview. Okay, how about network settings? Message connections. IO connections. Okay, let's see. We got a few source IP, connection ID, RPI. How about Ethernet stats? Was the Rockwell model, Control asked, was the Rockwell model Micrologics? I believe it was. I think it was a Micrologics, but there's several Micrologics models, okay? And, but I believe it was Micrologics. So this is, once again, this is the process, of trying to, attack these systems is, first of all, you gotta, find out what product it is, right? So if we're working on a Schneider Electric Modbus, it's actually relatively easy. But some of these others, you're going to have to do a little bit of work. These are all the diagnostics. Let's go back to the home here and see what else they have for us. Here's the air stats. Let's look at those. network ICMP statistics, IP stats, unknown protocol 704. How about TCP stats? There's a lot of packets going through here. Network memory. Memory buffer. Let's try some others. Let's do a few more and then we'll call it good for today. Let's see, we'll go back to our results on our once again, this is all for educational and research purposes. No ill intent. Let's just randomly pick one out of here. This one looks like it's in Saskatchewan, Canada. All right, so let's go ahead and try this one out. Pick on the Canadians for a little bit here. Application connections. Here's the network connections. Let's go to Ethernet statistics. I should say that there's no ill intent if we're working with anybody other than Russia's systems, okay? In Russia, I can't say we don't have ill intent. Okay, NIFL's got a new one for me on the Rockwell automation. Let's try it out. But you can see, you know, if you know what you're doing in these Google hacks, you can find an awful lot. Right, another Rockwell. I think that's the one we were, oh, maybe not. It would have been, let's try this one. These are all pretty much the same system, different places. All right, let's try some of the others. It's the same Rockwell automation, which is a major, you know, it's a major player in this field. American company. Allen Bradley was, you know, they're out of Milwaukee, and they got purchased by Rockwell, who's a major defense contractor, and so a lot of their stuff says it says Rockwell on it now. You can see it says right here, Rockwell Automation. This is 2009, so this is a little bit older system, some 13 years old, which might make it vulnerable. Okay, and let's try here. And here. Just for interest, let's see let's scan this IP address with Nmap and see if we can find any other ports open on it. Yes, uppercase T. Okay. While we're waiting for it, Vulture says, it's interesting, Anonymous has declared war on Iran. I tweeted in support of Anonymous and today several hundred Iranians are suddenly following me. Yeah, I've gotten the same thing. I've been getting, did I miss another character at the end? I've been getting a lot of emails and messages from the Iranians in the streets of Iran right now, and the leader is out of the country, and they want help. My response is war. I'm involved in one war right now. Okay. It says it's only port 80 is open on that system. When we were connecting to it, let's see, what port was it on? It was on 80. Okay, so that's clear. Okay, let's call it good for today, you guys. This was fun. Hopefully you enjoyed it. You get some idea of what you can do with some really simple tools, okay? Some really simple tools to find these systems. And even if they're not using the defaults, which we found at least one that was using defaults, but you can see that the lockouts aren't there. So what you need to do is, if there's no lockout, just go ahead and use something like Burp Suite or THC Hydra and just hammer it with every password you can possibly think of. You might want to create specific passwords for that company. Oftentimes people will use the company name, and followed by numbers, what have you. So hopefully you enjoyed this, and hopefully you also got those tools that I sent you, and we'll be using those tomorrow. We've got a lot of work still to do before this class is out. I could tell people were enjoying this, so we spent more time on this than I normally do. So thank you all for coming. See you tomorrow, same time, same place, and hopefully you'll have as much fun tomorrow as you had today. See ya.